All right, we're back. Let's see if this works this time. I completely shut down. Ooh, that was hot. Hot coffee, hot coffee. Yeah, so only reason I picked this dude is because I want the fact that the voice actor for this Lalafell is the same as Bakugo from My Hero Academia. And base this one on my cat, and I was just fucking around going through the running through the original story again, but yeah, I've been leveling up quite a few different subclasses as well, and like ninja. I was doing leveling ninja with my ex, and ended up. I might still like level it up later, but then I also started leveling up paladin and some other stuff. So, all right. So let's hold on. Let's where's travel? Let's go to Yaktel and grind up some. And of course, there. Oh, no. Oh. Well, it's almost over. You know what? I wish the drop rate wasn't such garbage, though. I've been checking the Reddit and stuff, and apparently this whole oh, God dang it. No, it's almost done. Fuck. And I don't have any gathering or like, I didn't. That's why my character's so broke, is I'm just never did any of the crafting or gathering like quests or jobs. All right, they're almost done. Or maybe not. They're almost done. Why is this? Oh, there it goes. God dang it. Let's less than 5 minutes. Yeah, like hold on, is okay, living memory is one of the spots. It's boy. Okay, that one just finished. All right. still say this was probably the most effed up, like, part of the Dawntrail story. I don't know if, for those of you that have participated in this, I was going through this, like, at the time when my mom was passed away, so it was a rough time. Because it's like, oh yeah, you can finally like give your final goodbyes to your loved ones or the memories of your loved ones in this virtual world, while going around and shutting it all off. And it's like that was rough. Man, I did this the last time. plus on everything because I'm not a big fan of the gear in here. Plus, I'm way out leveled on it, so I don't need it. Even the cards and stuff are in here. I've pretty much got them all, so the only thing I need is the music.
The Beowulf youth guides your fate, but have you the faith to fulfill his legacy? Of life has become, its judgment swift and final, its bite as cold as steel.
Come on.
The dreams of men are fleeting, yet they must be embraced if they are to flourish. Have me the faith to do as much.
Oh, shit. sloppy than yesterday, but
I leave you now to your quest. My Ovelia awaits.
Coming was foretold, servant of Iblis. Or perhaps you serve another. I am Count Sinolphus Orlando. Your journey ends here. The hearts of men are black with corruption, and must needs be cleansed.
wow, I straight got booted. Let's try to reconnect.
Show me more. Piteous display. Were you expecting modicum of rust? You will find my defenses quite impenetrable. Escape is not so easily granted. They who dwell aloft have spoken. A golden, empty soul. Ruination is come. Even the strongest of shields cannot defend the weakest of wills. A moment's hesitation beckons a lifetime of pain. You will find my defenses quite impenetrable. Hark! The screams of ruin rise above the storm's discord. Shudder not in her endless cold.
shall rue the day you raised your eyes to the heavens.
Oh, I didn't get hit by that. Thank God.
Kneel before me. Your very soul shall not escape my wrath. Denizens of the abyss, the ink of blackest night I saw. Denizens of the abyss, the ink of blackest night I saw. Denizens of the abyss, the ink of blackest night I saw. Death awaits defiance.
Oh, god dang it. I was not watching the water.
Bear your steel.
this is going to shift. Yeah.
Your very soul shines escape my wrath.
There's one.
Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon. Denizens of the abyss, from ink of blackest night, I summon.
Shit.
Bend to my will. Kneel before me. I see it now. In you.
Pass, 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 pass. Need on that. Let's see if I get that. Meh. It's a cool Dragoon armor though, but meh. I always hate this because it's like, you know, people roll on shit. Oh. All right. You can do the neck. Yeah, let's replace the neck. So I'm going to. First, let's pair. Yep. All right. Now we can continue on with the 7.2 story. Nope, not duty support. And feet and weapon are replaceable. Now we look in on shared fates. Almost rank 3 in Yoctel. I'm doing a lot of stuff in these two areas. 2 minutes, 14 minutes. Man, what is with my internet connection? So 4 minutes left. Still haven't gotten one of those rocks to drop. we go.
I am Zelenia Triantaphili, Royal Knight of Alexandria, and sworn blade of Her Majesty the Queen. Upon my blade I swear, no harm shall come to Her Highness.
You will not defile Zelenia's memory any longer.
Feel the sting of my divine blade!
I know this technique. You must keep moving.
Whoa!
How about you? Fall!
That her blade work should be recreated so faithfully.
I will suffer none to threaten Alexandria! Heavens roar!
Whoa! What the?
Fall!
Have care. Zelenia was capable of much, much more.
What is up with this fight?
I will show you the soul of a royal knight! For the honor and glory of Alexandria, I strike!
I'm about to get nuked from this, and I'm not.
No more games!
Quickly! Away from the sigils! The sigils channel magic. Be on your guard.
What is? Okay, I'm.
You've no time even to fear my wrath!
You must brace for blade and magic both.
How about you? Taste my steel!
Okay, so it's standing.
There is no escape! Surge!
this is merely a reconstruction. And yet...
I have pledged my life to the kingdom.
I can't stay up if I'm not catching heals. That's...
My resolve shall never waver. I am sworn to protect my queen. I will die before I yield.
That's right. Zelenia was always there to protect me.
I've recovered and I'm doing much better now. Now that I'm not getting freaking nuked like right out the gate.
Taste my steel! Rage and royal!
We got it, I think. Ah. That's what I get for following the stupid Reaper. But hey, it's almost dead.
A disgraceful display. Forgive me, my queen. I have failed you.
Oh. Spent like more than half of that fight on the ground because I didn't know it.
Did you get what you needed?
I did. Though these figures will complicate matters.
Is that so? Well, if we are done here, then I shall end the transmission. Hold it! If you have no scruples about thus defiling the memories of Zilenia, then there is no way we will ever see eye to eye. You are not fit to be entrusted with the cherished memories of Alexandrians.
I, for one, have no wish to employ the fruits of my research in this manner. It is a waste of time and effort. But since I relinquished my flesh long ago, I must resort to every conceivable method, so long as the hero insists on keeping the key. Why do you so oppose our objective? With the key, we would be able to harvest ether from other reflections and bring forth more endless. We could give this chance to evolve not only to the people of the Ninth, but to those of the Source as well. I see no reason why you should reject such a boon.
Oh, don't tell me you thought you were the only ones who knew. That is the height of hubris. Well, I'd say our conversation has run its course. Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already quickened. The people have glimpsed hope in transcending death, and they can ill turn away from it. And thus does my role come to an end. The rest I leave in your capable hands, Calyx.
As a token of gratitude for consenting to my tests, I leave you with a gift. Be sure to take it with you.
Okay, but she could be stern, a pillar of strength when I ascended the throne to troubled times. Not only did she protect me, she was buoyed by my spirit. She also buoyed my spirit whenever it threatened to buckle under the pressures of my station. By preserving her memory and honor, you've done more for me than you can know. Thank you, Sakel. To the Underkeep with a party of NPC avatars to make use of the future.
Selenia, it pains me to think that you're gone too.
Aha! Oh, we found you at last.
You had us quite worried when you suddenly disappeared. What in the world happened?
Then preservation's objective is indeed what Calyx claimed. But for them to know about the source and the shards, and to refer to theirs as the ninth, that raises some questions. Indeed. But for now, I'm just glad the two of you are safe. Oh, right. While we were scouring the castle for you, we came upon a room that looked like a library. By learning about the Alexandria of old, we may gain valuable insights into preservation. Might we take a number of books with us?
So books still remain. Of course. You are welcome to any that may be of use.
If you don't mind, could we take a look around here first? I'm especially curious about the area over by the throne.
This tiara, it was hers, the Endless Fiend's. What's it doing here?
It's a type of regulator, I believe. It contains the data of the Endless Fiend's memories. Calyx likely used it to create the simulant. Which means that as long as the tiara is in our keeping, we shouldn't need to deal with any more simulants. Strange that he would abandon it, though. Perhaps because the simulant already played her role, like she said. Or Calyx made a copy of the memories. In any case, not much information of import appears to remain on this terminal. but I'll make it so we can access it remotely from the back room.
This contains the memories of another me. The tale of her journey as Queen of Alexandria. Might I hold on to this tiara? You may examine it whenever you wish, of course.
It would be for the best, I think. Does that work for you, Shale?
No objections from me. All right, I'm finished. Let's head to the library, and then back outside.
Farewell, Selenia.
I was going to take a moment to contact our friends. I'd be good to catch each other up on decent developments. And I'm certain everyone would appreciate hearing from them. Okay, something the matter. So preservation is behind the recent intrigue. It doesn't surprise me. I'm none the worse for trials, though. Ha! I got wrecked. Meeting with Ghost, I told him about the cure for 11 sickness, and we formed a tentative plan to treat all those who are stricken. No, I was unoccupied, so I should take a look around the government sector, see if aught is amiss. If this callous assists with the key, then I ought to begin studying it in earnest as well. Next in time, my friend and I mind calling myself as Howard. Calyx, well, something was obviously afoot. I couldn't imagine that such an individual would be involved. Just while you were able to prevent the simulant from sowing further uncertainty, that said, her absence may have consequences. People I still have a great trust in Sphene. 'Tis plain in the way they speak of her even now, and how the simulant was able to win them over. When they notice she has ceased to appear again, rumor and worry will spread. We must be mindful of any pronounced shift in the mood of the populace. But forgive me, it's been battle after battle for you, hasn't it? We can handle ourselves for now, so pray rest up you can and recover your strength. Alright, Alize, what are you up to? Yes, hello, for you to call on the blue, something wrong. What, you went all the way to the bottom of Everkeep and you didn't think to ask me to come? But I've been fairly busy myself. Please say receive permission to begin administering the cure for 11 sickness for citizens. Actually, you to visit a boy named Milos shortly to see how he is responding to this treatment. Met him before with Lamati. Believe two of you should attend me if you have time. And Aaronville. Surprise, has Wilmot gotten into trouble again? See, I was looking forward to the next obvious trap. Try not to overdo it. The outskirts of the moment, I've been helping the people with their work and talking to those I met to gauge their sentiment. It's been uneventful for the most part, but there was one notable development. Following recent events, some here stopped wearing regulators, led to a disparity in what people remember about the Queen's death and the occasional episode of confusion. I should let you know if there are any other changes. What do you guys have to say? They're all fucking off. If they finish reading Milos, I have to go and visit him. Would you mind if I accompany you? I understand he's afflicted with the self-same condition as I was, and I cannot help but worry for him. Of course, we don't mind at all. Meantime, I should take myself around Solution 9 and see how things are. I sure often was concerned about the Queen's absence, and I've been setting that aside. The situation is not likely to resolve itself, while becoming endless remains an option. I've been meaning to visit some shops, so I shall join Kryle. While everyone's out and about, I'll try to pick up Calix's trail. I'll see if I can dig up some information about the key for his stroll as well. I'll help you. So you know what things to do, still there's no telling what Calix might have planned, so please be careful, everyone. Right, let's go to Emil's apartment, then Reginald, radius 914 if I remember correctly. Yep. Where's the damn door out? Came before the Queen's Fiend. I'm glad you came again. You can be fine now, but just for good measure, I'll administer a healing spell.
I once hoped that Milos at least might be made an endless. Then he wouldn't need to suffer anymore.
You feel different now?
Thanks to Alizé, Milos is on the road to recovery. He can grow up and live a normal life. And I want to be there with him every step of the way. To grow old with him as his mother and not something else.
That should do it. You're doing well, I'm glad to say.
Thank you, Alizé.
You're welcome, Milos. Now, you'll feel breathless for a little while still, but don't fret. It'll get easier to speak with time. That said, we can't rule out the possibility of a relapse. As a precaution, I would keep him away from lightning-infused objects.
Lightning. Does that include regulators?
It does. I understand if it's difficult for you to part with something that you've worn for so long, though, so it's entirely up to you.
No. For Milos' sake, I will do it. And if the environment here isn't good for him, I must consider moving outside the dome.
You two would be more than welcome in Tulihiola.
It's very assuring to hear that. If you don't mind, could you tell me about the process?
I'm happy. I can talk again. Before, I couldn't even thank my mother for caring for me. But now we can talk lots. I can tell her that I'm happy. That I like it when she strokes my hair.
Your mother is happy to talk to you as well, I'm sure.
Queen's Fiend always cheered me up. Always said that she would cure me. Today, I'll practice walking with Mother. And next time, I'll go and visit you.
Thank you for explaining everything.
We'll come again to check on you. So if you have any other questions, just let me know. Right. Let's get going, shall we?
Please come back soon. You too, miss.
It's good to see Milos doing so well.
The Endless Me gave him the strength to hang on, and she didn't rely on any special power to do so.
She wanted her people to be happy. Even though we had to fight, her love for them was very real, and it reached Milos.
I wish to be there to watch him grow as well. To make my way beside the people of Alexandria. In the name of his evolution, Calyx has wrought much unease and misery, and I cannot condone his path. No, I shall forge ahead on a path of my own, one that honors the memory of my other self.
All right. So, come. Return to the back room, and on the way, let's pick up treats for our friends. A little gift to show appreciation for their hard work.
Citizens of Alexandria, please be advised. The distribution of neo-regulators has concluded. We ask that all recipients equip their regulators and promptly complete device registration. The evolution of our kind is at hand. Together we shall rise above death and bask in the infinite possibilities of eternal life.
What is this?
Evolution? What evolution?
Those with neo-regulators will become endless, apparently.
You mean there's no more? Well, don't you feel lucky?
Don't look at me like that. Queen's Fiend said there were only so many.
I haven't registered mine yet. The more I thought about it, the more unsure I felt about becoming an Endless.
Well, I registered right away. Anything to stop those terrible nightmares of being killed by mechanical soldiers.
Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already quickened. The people have glimpsed hope in transcending death, and they can ill turn away from it. I see. The terror of their first encounter with death still lingers in their hearts. Having previously been spared even the idea of it, they know not how to handle the emotions.
The funeral was meant to give everyone the chance to come to terms with loss, to grieve and move forward together. But everyone who was wearing a regulator had their memories of that moment erased. And to see those oblivious, happy souls, those who remembered must have wondered if it might not be better to be like them, to go back to a time when death didn't exist.
And now they've been presented with the chance to do just that by becoming an Endless. It's not hard to see why they would consider it.
If this fear of death continues to spread among the people, what will become of Alexandria? The gifts for our friends will have to wait. We should return to the back room at once.
Oh, you're safe. That broadcast had us worried. The entire populace is on edge.
So Alphino and the others are still out there.
We have a situation on our hands! A civilian has been killed by a mechanical soldier here on Trueview. Wayakwe is on the scene and reports that the problem unit has been subdued by another sentry.
That doesn't make sense. Only someone with the King of Resolve's authority could order a soldier to do that.
Not good. I tried to check the status of the authority but was blocked from the core system. Given recent developments, I'd wager that Calyx is responsible for this.
Perhaps we should go and see for ourselves.
It's me. There's been an incident in the outskirts. A mechanical soldier attacked a local resident, for no apparent reason. Fortunately, several nearby hunters dealt with the rogue machine, so everyone is safe. But if other soldiers were to... Wait. Is that... Oh gods. More hostile sentries are bound for the settlement. I'll try to lure them away and then lose them somehow.
Ill tidings, I take it.
In the outskirts, too?
You'll go and help Erenville, won't you? We couldn't forgive ourselves if he came to harm. I'll have Geo join you from Earth and Sky.
I'm coming too. I can't stay here while my people are in danger.
Let's go.
Alrighty. Yeah, the rest of us finish those, head further out. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. It's a close call, methinks. Seeing soldiers away, I caught sight of his portfolio being attacked. Oh. To help my depth, we're lucky you found us when you did. Erenville, I'm so glad you're safe. Quite worried when we couldn't find you. Guess was on the way here. Most paid us no mind, but some turned out to be hostile. There's no way to tell until they set on you. Winter also attacked without any warning. If I hadn't been paying attention, it could have ended badly. Hopefully the others were able to escape. We should return to the outskirts and take stock.
Right. We're none the worse for the wear. But let's see what the situation is here.
Geode and his people came and joined us while we were searching for you. After which we happened to encounter Malachite. His usher duties brought him here, and he has quite the story to tell.
It's a bit puzzling, to say the least. Even so, I'll try my best to explain. I was called to attend to the unfortunate soul slain by the mechanical soldier. Yet, when I arrived, I found no body. Only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it.
How odd. Did they remember the victim at least?
They did. Their memories of the deceased weren't sent to the cloud, I don't believe. Yet, no body remained.
If someone took it, surely they would have been noticed.
With your permission, I shall return to the government sector for now. Please take care.
This is terrible. Why would they make the soldiers do this?
If preservation is behind the attacks, I fear this won't be the end of it.
All the Neo-regulators have been distributed, and potentially 5,000 Endless are about to be born. What does Calyx hope to achieve with these killings? Does he seek to frighten people into registering them? Or perhaps...
Oh, thank the 12 you answered. Shale told me what happened. Is everything all right? I see. 'Tis a relief to hear that Erenville is safe. Alas, I do not have good news to share in return. A driver lost control of his vehicle when its interface became unresponsive, and it crashed into the Nexus arcade, injuring several people. Kryl and I are helping to render aid, but with the sentries behaving strangely, we can't afford to lower our guard. Remain vigilant, my friend.
I just received word from the backroom. A hover cargo on TrueView threw off its driver, and it's rampaging through the area as we speak.
Alphino had a similarly troubling report for me. Apparently, a riderless machine in the government sector came to life near a crowd clamoring for Neo-regulators. It proceeded to mow down several citizens, causing serious injuries.
This is a tragedy. We must go and help the people.
Sphene, wait! I'm coming with you!
Alphino is with Y'shtola, and he said they'll be all right. I'll go and see if other incidents have occurred elsewhere. From here, I'll head towards the quarry by way of the Drift Downs.
Certainly a lot of hover cargoes coming and going in those parts. I'll join you.
I shall remain here and speak further with the locals.
I have company now, so you needn't worry about me.
Then let's return to Solution 9. If we hurry, we can catch up to Lamachi and Sphene.
Sphene's gone on ahead. I leave her with you.
Bloody things have gone mad!
Why is this happening?
Surely there's a finite number of these things.
Everyone, please try to remain calm and make your way to resolution!
This is just like before, when Zeralja unleashed the soldiers on us. I don't have any souls left. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Are you all... No! No! Why did you do that? Why? You can't just leave me alone like this! If we had been endless, then you'd still be here. You'd still be with me. But now...
Are you all right?
many hurt. So many dead. This is wrong. This is all wrong.
I think 12-year-old unharmed. 10 small solace amidst this tragedy, however. Machinery seems to have been only temporary. Soldiers and vehicle alike ceased to operate all at once, as if they had fulfilled their purpose. It's the same outside Everkeep. The members of Oblivion are keeping watch for good measure. First attacks came shortly after the announcement that new regulators had run out. It can't have been a coincidence. I struggle to imagine that anyone but Calyx could gain control of the soldiers. This must have served his ends in some way. Galulja, are you still without your authority? It's fine now, I'm in control again. We might take the opportunity to shut down the machines. There's no guarantee this won't happen again. The Métis just talked with Everkeep's administrators about that. They said it wasn't so simple. Mechanical soldiers don't only serve as guards, they also perform various vital tasks like providing medical treatment and managing food production. If we shut them down, we'd struggle to render aid to the citizens, let alone restore their lives to normal. I made it so they can't use weapons anymore, though. Hopefully that makes it a little safer. Seems the best approach for now. Thank you for your swift action, Galulja. Powerlessness, I can abide it no longer. And how much hardship and loss we could endure if there was but happiness at the end. Yet all I see now is suffering and misery. I cannot bear it. I want to protect the people. For their happiness, I would do anything and everything. So please, please lend me your aid. Josephine, you found the words I wish you'd said back then. Our strength is yours, Fiend. Together we'll get through this. Let's split up and get to work. Might it trouble you to report to Shale, my friend? It's been a trying day, but it seems the worst is behind us. It's the situation out there now. Move quickly to restore things to normal. Thank you. Yet while disarming the soldiers is indeed prudent, it is a far from comprehensive measure when vehicles can be commandeered to inflict damage and sow chaos. For the time being, I'll set our people to keeping a close watch on machines. I also have a mind to consult the authorities about enlisting hunters to our aid. Must regain my proficiency in magic. To that end, I shall seek advice from Ishtola and Isael. Or Alize. Among the books we recovered from the castle was a grimoire I once used. I hope to learn to wield it again at everyone's side. As for the key, I think it best that it remains in your care, though it means you will bear the greatest risk. In order to ease your burden, I shall endeavor to become a capable warrior and make Otis and Zelenia proud.
By illness weakened, by wounds unmade, by age decayed. Such fragile flesh is worthless to us. How mankind should evolve, shall evolve. I have already arrived at the answer. The time is come to pose a new question.
All right, that's the end of 7.2. In the meeting, get a better handle on the threats Alexander is facing right now. I don't know, much has happened since the state funeral. A clear idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. First things first then, let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, right? Right. No additional reports have been logged as far as I know. That's the good news. Bad news is I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons, but if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The King of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with such impunity? Calyx. He lived in the age of the Storm Surge as I did. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electro technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation's early goals seemed noble enough, exploring treatments for Levin sickness, design Everkeep's core system, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calyx's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He started that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. Hey, it's like those ghosts back in... Now we've already seen how he's employed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who register their neo-regulators. But this is merely one part of Calyx's greater plan. Once the key to interdimensional fusion. That relic in his possession, he will draw ether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create endless 1,000-fold. If we mean to foil Calyx's schemes, then our only option is to determine whether he's hiding and put him down. Which unfortunately is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though. I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help you. Local John Shale working on that. I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calyx. Welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. Count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep, so shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. Appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's city's administrators about bringing in the Lands Guard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tulielal. Alphino and Alize will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Sakel's group if you'll have me. The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier. As long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best not to be a burden. More word about you, Geode. Don't do anything stupid. Change your tune once we get back with the goods in Calyx. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. Let's see, Sphina be healer. Yeah, he's tank. So, next dungeon. Sorry, I was off my own little world. Shall we get started? Are you alright, Geode? Yeah, well enough given the circumstances. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death, and so they were for the longest time. Then the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they're greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lives as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle that responsibility? After everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We must not let you down. I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. I believe someone came prepared for just such an eventuality. Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into two groups after all. It would certainly be more efficient for information gathering. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Two of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. Sakko and I will take the east. Alright, I'll be right back. I need to get some water. My throat is... Trying to talk through all this is scratching up my throat. Alright, be right back. Let's do the rounds then. So let's see what's what. Chat people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will earn us a tidbit or two we didn't know before. What I know about escorting. Jesus. Here we go, and then came this close to crashing into a hover car. The sentries in the area safe to be around now. I just know if it's going to happen again, and maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a near regulator. Coming on this is the only way. Even Queen Fiend said so. Ah, the memories. I used to drink around here all the time. Sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day, but once we were past the busy season or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, just scrape me up the street outside in the morning. Or if the worst I ever got on what should have been the worst day of my life, if only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shale, although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. You hear my story? I appreciate it for a sympathetic ear. That's not much to tell. You must know a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His air-wheeler dropped right out of the sky and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. That's not so strange these days, but he never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant until it happened. Light-hearted citizen. In such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through with the registration, I'll never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers of the 5,000 slots available. Over 3,800 have already been filled. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make your mind up. Mark my words, friend. There's only a few slots left. It's going to get very ugly. I feel like there was a new factor in these stories we've heard, which we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. In fact, nearly 4,000 people have registered is worthy of its own report, but wasn't everything else? That a victim of the violence wasn't wearing a regulator. Yeah. Residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we normally think about. the supply souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties of the recent attacks and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. So just around on the street over to the east, it's pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not. That kind of, yeah. It's like, oh yeah, no, people who didn't have regulators all died. Whoops. Wrong way. Once my job delivered goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. The little ones who jumped for joy when I brought them packages, the old lady who'd always greet me with a smile. I'd hate for anything bad to happen to them. Unnamed sentry. Unarmed sentry. How are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casual data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Injured 87 individuals. Casualties 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators 0. Of people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators. I'm sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but none else worthy of mention. Half joking with my boast to share, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Crom say to meet in the plaza just outside of Trueview? Let's get going. So essentially you're saying the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators. The numbers are still tentative and only apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed their regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of an regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become M-less, or if they simply fail to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulators at all, they have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. Chances of such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower than I would imagine, so Calyx has chosen that as least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. But there was no need to kill anyone. The way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. Make a good point. Perhaps the sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for their lives taken. And what of the dust it found at various sites? Right, the sanitation worker's story. She saw no body, but you mentioned piles of white dust. Where have we heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Arenville from the sentries in the outskirts? The Usher Malkite told us much the same thing. Alright, bear back. Gotta get my food at the door. Man, give me a plastic fork or nothing? Alright, I found no body, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. In choose, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. Both stories speak of missing remains. Suspicious enough. But the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation of the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calix's new murderous actions.
back! Stay away from me!
Leave him alone!
Are you all right?
What happened here?
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me.
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Go to them, quickly!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother! Mother, please!
Isadora! Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss. Will she sleep like that forever?
No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
Forgive me, I was reckless. Shouldn't have had to waste time tending to my wounds as well. Do you see your other comrade back there? He stayed behind the log, but I heard sounds of fighting. I'm sorry. He must have fallen protecting the residents. Oof. My buddy stopped responding to our communications. Need to portray secure in the residential sector, though, at least till we regain control of the centuries. Geode further to the east. Man, Thai food is the best. Voice cracks forth from the communicator. Geode, answer me.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells. Shit. Can't be here! You need to run, now! A trap! Take care of the others, eh?
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe?
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now? I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promise to halt my harvest?
You'd only seek other victims.
It was foolish of me to even ask. I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
Reflection stone ether. And this, why that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. How could you? Who could think that? Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well there was not noble in this sacrifice. No circumstances can we let the key fall into his position, Sokel. If it falls to us, we will thwart his plan here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents and reflections elsewhere. Turn to the back room. She and the others need to know what happened. So I'll ask Wayakui to meet us there as well.
Our dear Geode.
The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calix, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy? Living our lives. What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calix for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him.
Wait, where are you going?
To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calix is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
Sometimes it's almost more than I can bear. Geode he was an older brother to nostalgia and me. She'll know him longer though, and is surely taking it the hardest. And that's on top of what happened with Kakui. You think you could check on her? See how she's doing? Just like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Geez, my mind was elsewhere. Need to press on with a hunt for Calix, but I can't seem to focus. That should be better than this, I know. As you said, you need time to work through it. You're right, how to heed my words as a stanza of no use to anyone. Kakuya, as I say, things grief was to let it all out. I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use some to blubber to if you've a shoulder to spare. Right then, let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. It's a fair trick on foot, so I arranged for a couple of aerialers. They've had their communication modules removed, so even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. So the word will set off. Ready? We're flying close to the pylon, so follow my lead. So here those are General's babies. You know, on a smoother ride anywhere. All about Everkeep. For years now, I've been taking one of those for a turn whenever I need to lighten my mood. Sometimes she would come along too, and we'd end up racing. Does that surprise you? Our friends have always had a competitive edge. We often talk about how one day we might fly wheelers outside the dome. Almost there. Sure the ground is clear before you touch down. Yeah, that'll help clear my head a touch. Also, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. But as I remember, at least, the memories from my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. Usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while, shall we?
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
Oh! What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment. They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances, and it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then, the mad things they got up to, that sort of thing.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I had recently lost someone close to me. I'd also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine, that was Kafkiwa, I take it?
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents. Those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together and carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this, and why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
Right. Ask controlling the perspective must be Queen take advantage of tending for Shale, of course. mission, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. Yes, I am unfamiliar with the outskirts. They might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. Just speak with them and see what you think. Though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something is not right here. Don't you know the end is coming? Would you like to lose me? I got myself one of those new regulators and registered over a while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now, it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after those machines malfunctioned. Some amount of time before everyone's registered. Pity those who weren't chosen. But I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve. I live happily ever after. Please tell me you brought more nearly, as officially they've all been handed out already. But I've heard rumors that there were a few left over. Surely I still have some. Or perhaps Queen Sveen. I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then I hardly gave death a second thought, but now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. Has to be what a whole honor has to. Remember when you visited with Queen Sveen, come to check on her well-being, have you? Can't say that things are rather stressful out over here. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the clamor for neo-regulators has reached a fever pitch. I personally was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on, and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now, I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper, and I must cast it out. What? Was I right to worry? Tensions are running high. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear, and with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? Okay, how can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Loud T and you, Alpha No. Sounds like she wants us in a hurry. We should go.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail. Be you stoic or generous or righteous, No virtues tipped the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Calyx.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Vau Wuklemat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us? Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulichola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
His access to the course system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could just beyond the barrier. Even if people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dumb behind, they would not be beyond his reach. Yet if it serves to ally their fears even a little, I beg you, will not please let them shelter until the all. Welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations, and we'll be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrives. In which case, we'd best spread out, keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense, and we must prepare for possible violence. Alright, try to find a clue, but can't loot us forever. It's if you're, it is not the future she envisioned to our nation. Oh. Nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve. What of the bright haven, peace, and laughter? Welcome not. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was a promise I made to her in the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. Both of the people's joy is our own. Yet alone, we lack the strength to protect them. There's so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. That made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Sveen. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue, and you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. Don't forget about me. How could we? We'd not be where we are now without you. Got a bit sidetracked there. Should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? There you all are. Good little job. Last one. Afraid we'd miss you, Alexandria. They said you were here. Second, you finally found a chink in Kellick's armor. Discovered laboratories that never keeps 10th level that once housed a preservation initiative. Container Complex 1029, it's called. It's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. Hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. Sorry it took so long to get this far. You're interested? What do you say we all go check it out together? Unlock it, and then immediately get told that I don't have the item level for it. It's probably gonna be like 730 or some shite. Or 720 probably. Which... I need another 450 roughly to...
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit...
You got the lights working!
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
Those concoctions would probably do me more harm than good, but I appreciate the sentiment. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx.
We're more than happy to help, of course. But I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
I hate when it does that. Explain how I proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, it should have been installed in the director's office. Where that may be, yes, this map matches my data. The research commons located in the western side of the complex, director's office to the northeast of here. Cut across circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yeah, we should, but for us, the interior door is locked. Security key, that with the appropriate clearance to open it, judging by the mechanism, it'll probably be a card of some kind. You know, like some electrope magic. Best bet survive as well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. In that case, I can't. Might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. Shouldn't be surprised we found one. Well, let's get searching, shall we? These people most looking when the researchers kept their personal belongings. Alright. Begin searching container complex 1029. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles on your platform. Helpful hints will appear in a different color. Pay close attention to the information provided by your comrades if you're unable to proceed. Alright. Before I go, I need to use the restroom real quick, so I will be right back. I'm back. Employee manuals. For some reason, they registered as a materials disputes on keys of mine. From the tasks within Disney workrooms, researchers' comments, Protolab, and the Deuterolab. At all times, your clearance level dictates the areas which you have access. Equip your regulator at all times with the combination of research materials, no data. Research objectives. Access denied. Protolab chief yes for Deuterolab chief. Interesting. Sometimes no security cards hit them on. Showing you some supplies and loss of note. Half open desk drawers. Only desk with the drawers already open, you can tell at a glance has left some things behind. The cartridge object drop service is marked level 1. Okay, his card shape. All right. Thing 2. I was getting nowhere on that update circuit. The bite sound is like this. It was written by director Demetrius, so the term told me. More answer to be had once we get further inside. Then let's continue onwards. The director's office is across the central hub. Access denied. Well, let's get a grab scan this. Level 3 security clearance open the lock. Days chase me. I have to comb through the nearby rooms, stumble upon the car we need. Use your personal data tablet. Skim through the entries. Today I began my employment in preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I felt a gut feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any other orthodox medical practice. These were correct. Master Calic's philosophy is a refined ideal of notions I've only vaguely entertained. Mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. I've heard others praise his genius intellect, but he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calyx's binding brilliance. This morning I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen Sphene insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Our Miala colleagues, include the Protolab chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? From tomorrow, I have been assigned to assist with the research project in the Deuterolab. You're scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. It seemed prudent to back up my memory data. Interesting. The way this room is set up, the cancer instrument large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conduct the experiments to create Endless? But I could probably spend days investigating this complex, finding a way to protect us with the precedent. Speaking of which, Golja mentioned a locker over there in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps we could take a look. Just I found a journal. I'll read it to you. Salto experiment 1 found show a marked improvement in ether extraction rates. At last, we've achieved the target value set by Master Calyx. Though it will become less as per our ascendancy protocols, I will preserve the historic number along with varying worldly effects. Preserve the number. So it's a 158? 158. Entered is incorrect. All right. Sherman 148 is Canada 201-930 considered for efficiency. Maximum value 11509 recorded. 11509. Level 2. Who agreed with Calyx and falsely underwent the conversion to endless entities. Could not or would not eventually left the organization altogether. Engaging power supply. No good. It's trying an error. Some preliminary procedure. Air code orders if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Let's emergency generator, then it's the same model as one used in Heritage found. But how is this in property of the lab? I see. Major cable attached to the base of the terminal leads power down the hall directly to the Deutero lab, which means we need to find a way to connect the generator to that cable. Of these patterns on the floor, this is circuit we'll need. I know this. I can see what I need to do. Maybe. I flip power. Well done, everyone. Checking these in, last company preservation in the early days is the title. Of course, I took a moment to bring up the text-based account and read out. Preservation, an Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the Storm Surge. Calix's designs for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. As conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once. Before the Storm Surge began, I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness, yet still he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was that when war came to our kingdom, our father was quick to commit his unwavering support to the somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports on endless research and other less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into. Did he change? I wonder. Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs. The mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot be allowed to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Deutero lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once over just to be sure. Just checking around to see if there's anything worth looking at before heading in here. Everything seems stable enough. Just let me handle this one. Security card, if you please. A quick prayer that a shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. Alright, I'll get this door open. So let's head inside and see what awaits. Gods above, is that? The key to interdimensional fusion. That looks to be the schematic on the monitor. You used it to make another key, but isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Sokal has? Maybe laboring under misconception. The key was originally a Malala relic. Once the treasure came into its possession, preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, instead of the vessel's components were constructed here. So what might that tell us? The crystal itself is the key. The logical conclusion, yes, it is as my parents explained. Remained shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electro, but never grasped technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. That makes sense. Calus can track the key because its vessel was made by preservation. I believe there's much we may learn in this room. Our next visit, we'll have to enlist Ishtol's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there's a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearance. Spread out and look for any cards that they left behind. Remember, anything less than level 3 is no good to us. Storage crate. So diamonds, miners, and then no security guards. The old Jovian unit. And showing you no sign of security guards. Cabinet drawer. Cabinet drawer. Oh, did you find security guard? That's a stroke of luck. So examine it to be fair. Results are receiving on those transmissions. The flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to them, which is why I needed the data relay. Use the device and see where it's rerouting all this surveillance traffic. Calyx's position. Someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. Most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data, though. I'd like to see it. I'll start the show then.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me. I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calix's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject. But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research. I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
Shelley wanted to leave and he executed her. I checked the images against personal data, and this man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calix. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from other researchers. I'm not surprised, given how my parents described their defection from their institute. They spoke of rushing through a potent portal, even as preservation agents closed in on them. I did not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers... did not regret their actions. Right, the echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, right, your words give me great comfort. Oh, Crow. Renatsveen, thanks to the haven of living memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and preservation, but what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movement. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right. Let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a final conclusion. To the director's office. All this lore. Now to find the data relay. Don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Come with me. I might have need of that security card. Reducing fused ether, how much energy harness per individual. I was thinking about the key. I was very particular about how decorated his office and instant spaces and some kind of gem display. Something odd, something odd. This drone wasn't connected to any outside network, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. Also smaller than the map suggested. Positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? This guy. Chromonome. Secure room lift access requires passwords to be input simultaneously. Terminals in the Proto Lab, the Doodle Lab, and Director's office. So once on the direction, they appear to be empty. Beverage station. Into our years, the active coffee maker is already to the self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee. Amongst other personal effects, you find them as presenting the director's data tablet. Closed locker stands next to the tablet. Data tablet basically through the contents. We sustained the fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for this conversion. Remaining 9 doesn't use any of the reclamation process. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of 2 Mala researchers. Major incident details in full report. 2 inept Mala broke with preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calix's physical instruments, conducted experiments. Prior to the object of research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of disappointment in me. Complex will be shut down, all personnel have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to a Master Calix discretion. If he does not deem us fit, they may not deserve eternal life. Shut down protocols. Persona processing. Once shutdown protocols are completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. Cure made the physical world must keep this complex in pristine condition, whether it is needed for experiments or otherwise. It will support future operations. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for securing the mess will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Have you found something? Thank you. Misplaced note, was it? Passing secure room nonetheless seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. No such room marked on the map, was there? No, a precautionary measure, no doubt. If passwords are involved, I expect the access lift is concealed too. By electric. Could it be that wall? Thought it seemed odd when we walked past. Kakuiwa said, do you say so? Never trust an electric surface. Can pass right through regular trope. Another door. Creepy. Huh. Already read the data tablet. There's nothing else in here, so. Nope. was it again? Sapphire's honesty, garnet. Okay, so blue is honesty. Or it's automatic because I don't have to actually, like, because I can, you know, quote unquote tell them. So glad that worked.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is, but whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
That coffee cup's got to be moldy as hell.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in Living Memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Sphne's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect a sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso-Terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the Source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the Keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been. Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso-Terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories have become one with the Terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me? Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Well, that was an adventure. Yeah, the next method I was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key. That is investigated for another day. Let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. Damn, that bastard Calyx, he waited until I was this close before snatching away the moment of triumph. Very condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up, smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. We've Terraville and everything that's happened and sent word to the others. We now consider what our next actions will be. Cass has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly stored in upper reaches of the Meso-Terminal, then that is where we must go. I'm so upset at being deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. You go to fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia, and for the other fiend I may have become, but most importantly for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. Of course, but no reckless heroics. All right, while I'm working this out, let's try this again, shall we? Okay, let's go. Let's skip a little bit into this conversation where we left off. First, we know Relics for Lorix. Patrolling. There we go. I want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. So, Crown, I think. Talk to Ghost on before we leave for living memory. Callister's attraction preservation has helped shape Alexandrian society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justification aside, being his wishes of all desire to become endless. Exactly, we don't know if Gosan will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes. Be safe, everyone. See you when it's over.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calyx.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies? We stop begging others to teach us for a start.
For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help.
Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossan, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence. Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is. No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Calm down, Sphene.
Amity, you used her name.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are, that must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
It was so warm welcoming. Husbands are as ever a stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Gussin. That decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from Alexandria's citizens and their bravery in taking the first step toward change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to look at let Neo Regulator away where no one can get to it? That to prevent the registration from reaching the target number. Glad to do so, but I fear that would be no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the number of Neo-Regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. Estimated surplus units are to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart or are otherwise hesitant to register. Does sound like something Calix would do. Well, I have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory. Expecting a dungeon, followed by a trial.
Things seem much the same.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
So repair just to check. Should be good. Yeah. Hail and grid for battle. So we've been ahead to inspect the line of land. There were no changes of note aside from with the mesoterminal itself. Done with the mesoterminal. The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There's no such ingress when last we were here, so we must assume that Calyx has manipulated the terminal's electrode, all to facilitate the mode. Most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I am eager to accept. For the sake of all love Alexandria, I will not yield nor leave them to despair. Let's proceed to the vessel terminal. Or maybe it's actually just a trial. And here we are again facing the battle to decide Alexandria's fate. For 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first I could recognize a single thing and thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia and their royal knights who lay their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. Thank myself who so loved this kingdom of ours, and I thank you all for kindling this hope of my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let's make us stand together and fight for what we hold dear. Kind and gentle Queen Sphene was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Free from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds. You will rise to the challenge the endless Sphene could not. We shall. Her wish to see Alexandria endure is one I will happy to fulfill. So I can finish this. For each is eternal waits the device which holds the Calyx memories. This is to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. Spring matters to a definitive end. We will not suffer and cause Alexandria much harm, nor claim the key. Not for good reason. Besides, tragedy indeed to relinquish a relic with so much research potential. Apparently Calyx thinks he's taking your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. Hardly concur, it would still counsel caution that he would be so bold as to extend us an invitation to speak tremendous confidence in his preparations. Come on, friends, we set forth in the midst of dreaming and regular duty is added to the duty finder and support. Yep, thought so. 720. All right, so. Let's go back to Phantom Village. He needs 3 of each, right? Yeah, except so far I've done like 20 of those other fates and not a single one dropped, so. Let's hope my freaking connection is a little bit stronger now. Aha, there's a chest over here. Ah, keep that for... Oh, I got another pet. Nice. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. I made it! Phew! Yep, saw that coming. I didn't even get it. That's frustrating. I'm gonna eat that. Nope, still nothing. Still not a new one. Not gonna make it. So let's I don't know, I'm just following you guys. Ooh, survey point. All right. Turn around, damn it. Well, I got it anyways. Wow! I got wrecked there. Holy crap. Oh, this is... I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Oh. Oh. Well, I made a good effort. Yeah, saw that coming. But you know what? It's okay. Because I'm still well in nice. "30 seconds. Oh, this one. Well, I was partially in the right spot. I thought I was still in the group. I got wrecked on this one last time. Nope. Shit. What the fuck? I was out of it. That's bullshit. What the? I literally couldn't even get a dang ability off before it killed me again. Okay, watching that dude was not the right one. Yes, hello, buddy. Yes, I hear you, buddy. What the fuck is this fight? Shit, 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 shit. Well, I didn't see where the second slash was coming from, so okay. I literally got nuked right out the gate. I'm gonna wait till this. What the hell, man? This is so annoying. Nope. Oh, I thought I made it. I can't even get out of the way in time. This is frustrating. I'm gonna get attacked here. You know, I'm gonna take a break from this. This is frustrating as all hell. Probably gonna sell those on the because, like, I don't know if it's because I'm not surviving that I'm not getting the stones, or is it just, like, I haven't had a single drop in half a day. Ah. So that you can trade in. I was expecting that to be more broken. $300K for that? No. All right, well. You guys have probably seen enough of me dying over here, and but I'm going to see if I can sell one of those on the market. So let me drop. Oh. That's how people... I'm dumbass. Alright, let's... I was not taking advantage of a cult return. Teleport Tulialal. Hippo calf. Really? Where's the stupid bell? There it is. Ooh. Alrighty. On that note, you guys enjoy the rest of your night. I'm gonna relax, chill out, and not rage bait like I have been for the last about hour. Alright. You guys have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your night. Thanks for hanging out and watching. Sorry for all the disconnects. I know it was kind of sucky, but you guys have a good one. All right. Good night.